This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English Interpretation Channel 2. This is the Leaders Luncheon English.
Present, all counsel are present. Spanish interpreter's oath is on file. Likewise is present, who's already been identified to the clerk. Spanish for sentencing. I have read and considered the pre-conviction report and the static 99R report. And the inquiry of the defense, is there any legal cause why judgment should not now be pronounced?
No legal cause, Your Honor.
You waive arraignment for judgment.
We do.
I will hear from you, Mr. Jackson.
At this point, Your Honor, we will submit on the negotiated plea that was discussed last week. We have no further comments unless and until there's something that arises that may give us cause.
Very well. From the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. It was just over 3 years ago today, Your Honor, that Mr. Garcia was arrested. And he's now finally admitted guilt, and in doing so has said, yes, he abused his power as the head of La Luz del Mundo, and he exploited all of these Jane Does in the courtroom today. All of the victims named in the people's information. Your Honor, were this case to go to trial, the people were intending to call Dr. Barbara Ziv, an expert psychiatrist. And she told us something a couple of weeks ago, which I think is very important. What she said, that institutional betrayal is the worst type of abuse. It is the hardest for victims to be able to recover from because it is done by people that are in a position of trust that are supposed to be taking care of them. And usually, and for certain in this case, it takes place at critical times in their developmental and formative years. And this situation is analogous. They thought that he was basically God on earth. And we know he, of course, is not God. He's not even close. No man of God would ever do what he did to these victims. He pled guilty to being a sex offender, a child molester. And anyone who still believes that this man is somehow God on there were photos of young girls, including some of the Jane Does, engaged in sex with other young girls, posing, legs open, extremely provocative photos of our Jane Does, Your Honor. All of this was directed by Mr. Garcia. It was all things that he requested. He was controlling everything, either directly or through others. And some of those photos were actually taken in Mr. Garcia's Los Angeles residence. And then there were very telling text messages too, Your Honor, between Mr. Garcia and his groomers. Where he's saying things like, I want this girl. I want that girl. How old is she? We better vet her parents to make sure they're dedicated to the church. I want to take her virginity. An obsession with taking the virginity of young girls. And he would say things to the groomers such as, go slow with this one. The father is a Gentile. Or first take pictures with their clothes on, then have them start taking clothes off to eventually where they would be naked. This is called grooming and indoctrination. There are text messages where he's telling his groomers to take girls to him. Take this one up. Take that one up. And I have a couple just to show the court, Your Honor. We also found lists of young girls with their ages and their photos and who their parents are, etc. According to the Jane Does, this man was having sex with multiple girls all the time, almost every day. He's getting oral sex every day to go to sleep, to wake up. Unfortunately, most of the girls didn't come forward, except for these brave Jane Does, are named victims in this case. What he did to these Jane Does was pervert his religion, telling them about Bible verses like this one about King David and how the king has girls around him or women around him, etc., etc. Of course, he perverts it and twists it and grooms them to accept this notion that having sex with him is somehow a blessing and will help them gain their eternal salvation. Here's one of the messages I was referring to, Your Honor. This is Mr. Garcia conversing with one of his co-defendants. He says, we have to start from zero. Just take, and this is a minor victim, I'm not even going to say the initials, just take so-and-so into account, but don't tell her about the rest anymore, clearly referring to the fact that ultimately he wants to have sex with her. Groomers respond, that's how it will be. We will start from zero and go very carefully. And here's what Mr. Garcia responds, Your Honor. But the others, just invite them to serve in the mirror house, which is where some of the videos with the minor boy took place. And tell another minor victim not named in this complaint. What rape is, when the person is forced and the act is done without the consent of the person attacked. They did it of their own free will, out of love and faith. What Jane Doe 1 has is only excuses to do bad. blaming his victims. And I'm sure defense counsel will represent that that somehow means that they consented. And I'm here to tell everyone that that is an admission that he was having sex with these girls and others. And here's another one. This is Mr. Garcia conversing with his groomer as to who needs to come up and see him next. Groomer says, do you want victim, unnamed in this complaint, or someone else to follow? And Mr. Garcia says, this girl is going to drive me crazy. I'm sure you can't see this, Your Honor, but I think you get it. Ultimately, in this conversation, they're talking about sending girls in. And what does Mr. Garcia say at the end of this string? I'm going to go straight to jail. Indeed. And there were other messages too, Your Honor, where Mr. Garcia told the groomers, delete everything now. At some point, there was apparently suspicion raised about him. And he tells the groomer, just say it's all a lie. There were messages about possible use of a date rape drug at some point. I could go on, Your Honor. I don't want to take away too much time from the victims who are here today. They and their families want to make an impact statement. But I would like to say a few things to the Jane Does. Ladies, no amount of punishment could ever take away what happened to you. Never. You have been exceptionally brave. We understand that this has impacted you for the rest of your life, and no one can erase that. We're hopeful that this guilty plea and sentence will help you to heal and to move forward. And everyone at the Department of Justice, CHP Victim Services, the aging hopes that you go on to live very long, happy lives. You were so brave to come forward, and you suffered for it. 3 years of your names being dragged through the mud. 3 years of being harassed and harangued by church members, trying to intimidate you, not to come forward, not to testify. I'm imploring every member of this church today to stop harassing these women. They are not enemies of the church. They were brave enough to stand up to this man. They should be heroes in all of your minds. They saved countless young girls in this church from being abused by this man, by being brave enough to come forward, and now he's going to prison. We have no idea how many victims this man actually has, Your Honor. Unfortunately, it happened all over the world to a lot of young girls and young women, aside from our named victims in this case. But we do hope that this plea will empower all of them and all sexual assault victims. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You wish to put on victim impact evidence?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
You wish to put on victim impact evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that what we will do is we'll start with Jane Doe 1 and go just in numerical order for ease, and then when the Jane Doe is done, if they have a family member, I believe they might, there are a couple that would like to make impact statements as well.
That'd be fine. If you move the podium back to the bar, please, and they
Yes,
can
Your Honor.
approach the podium.
Your
And
Honor, if I may, they're not going in numerical order. They want to sign it.
you are who?
I represent the
Very well. And I'm going to dictate to all that are about to address me. You speak to me. You do not speak to the defendant.
Your Honor, the interpreter have 1 minute.
Surely. You move the, Ms. Fusco, you can move the podium to the bar, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Para todas las víctimas que van a tener la palabra después utilizando el intérprete, buenos días primero. Después acaba de indicar, tienen prohibido dirigirse directo al acusado, se dirigen solamente al juez. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Fusco, the first person may address.
Iba a ser la primera persona que va a hablar.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Jane Doe 4. I am overwhelmed with emotion as I stand here today. I want to start by clearly stating that Naasón and this church have ruined my life. Every aspect of it. I have suffered more trauma and pain than I can ever begin to describe. All I have ever wanted was to see Naasón go to trial for what he did to me, to us, to speak the truth in this courtroom, my truth, and to tell the world who this man really is, to see him held fully accountable for a fraction of the suffering he has caused me, and to expose him for the monster that he is. Your Honor, this plea has robbed me of that opportunity. It was decided without my input, without any consideration of the impact that it has on us as victims. We risked everything to come forward against him. And I feel like this plea has allowed him to escape the true consequences of his actions. I, like all my fellow Jane Does, was born in the church. But my relationship with La Luz del Mundo is far deeper. My great-grandfather, Naasón Joaquín, created La Luz del Mundo. Naasón Joaquín García Garcia, the apostle, my rapist, my tormentor, my abuser, is my uncle. I was raised to believe that the apostle of God on earth. And I felt so happy knowing that he was among us. It made me feel blessed and secure. Mason and the church told us over and over again that the apostles' wishes and desires were direct orders from God. It was drilled into our minds, and it became our truth. He told me that if I disobeyed his orders, God would punish me with eternal damnation and death. I was told that if I ever made the apostle upset, God would punish me. We were never allowed to disobey Nason. It wasn't an option, because we were conditioned to believe that the consequences were catastrophic. The girls always used to joke about how easily I startled when I was in Nason's house, and how I was always on edge. It was because I feared Nason, just like how he wanted me to, just like how he needed me to, and he brainwashed me to. Nason brainwashed all of us, and because of Nason, I slowly began to believe that no matter how much I loved my God, he was atrocious, menacing, a brutal entity, because Nason was God to me. Nason, you and your church have convinced generations of people that you, like your father, your grandfather, and my great-grandfather, are God. That you are the apostle. That you alone are what the world knows as the Trinity. That God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit are all represented by you. It sounds insane as I stand here today, and I finally know the truth. That I believed you were God with every ounce of my being. We all did. You and the church make sure of it. I felt so blessed to be a part of this family. So proud. I felt like I needed to lead with my faith and be an example to all the church members, because that was a part of my heritage. When you told us that God speaks to you face to face, that you have the power to voice God's instructions to guarantee your salvation, I believed it, and I committed my life to serving you. Your Honor, when my abuse first started, I was vulnerable, naive and innocent. I had to be, so that I could be brainwashed into believing all the lies and deception of you. All I had ever known was the church. It was my whole life, and Nason took advantage of me in every possible way, mentally, physically, psychologically, and spiritually. He used my trust, and he used my innocence, and lured me into his home, and made me his property. Those were his words. And I was his property. And that he could do whatever he pleased with me. I had always been taught that we couldn't refuse the desires of the apostle. And Nason never missed an opportunity to take advantage of that faith. I was at his mercy for anything he wanted. And he used that to make me his sex slave. Because I wasn't property after all. He made me live in his house and obey his every command. He used me over and over again. And I had to remain quiet, like a sacrificial lamb being taken to the slaughter. I was raped and abused day after day, every single day for years. And when I wasn't servicing my Lord and Master sexually, then I was a servant. would be damned, and so would be the person I told. He said I would be kicked out of my home, of his home, and that he would have the entire church shun me. I would be an outcast. He said it was a blessing to be with him, and as he raped me, he would command me to seal my lips to preserve the blessing he was granting me, and I did. I just reminded myself over and over again that religion was sacrifice, and that this was my lot in life, to suffer at the mercy of my God. To be honest, I knew my words didn't even matter, because everyone I knew was part of this church and wouldn't care about my suffering anyhow. They all worshipped my cruel abuser, just as I had. I knew they would just tell me it was a blessing and to be grateful. Naasón wasn't the only one who threatened me if I spoke out. He had other church members remind me every day that I could never defy his wishes, that my actions were a blessing, and I was so lucky that he had chosen me to be blessed. They used Bible verses and scriptures to scare me into submission. They told me that I was to make sacrifices that the apostle wanted, and that I would be failing the test of my faith if I ever refused. I just wanted someone to talk to and confide in, but I couldn't even have that. Yes, I believed he was God, but I was still experiencing something that was really hard. My life and my experience was torture, which I was willing to accept as my faith and my sacrifice. I just wanted to vent and talk to someone. I just wanted sympathy and for someone to give me a hug and tell me it was okay. But I couldn't turn to anyone. I couldn't speak ill of the apostle, no matter how true. Even my own mother was a victim of brainwashing from the church. I remember just telling her that I wanted to leave his home, being sure to never reveal his secret blessings and explain why. She told me that if I ever left the holy man of God's side, that I had no home to return to. This was my reality. I have lost everything because of him and because I spoke up. My community still believes in him. To this day, they think that I am a heretic for speaking out against Naasón. This is why it's so important for the world to hear, for people to finally know the truth. People always think that we could have just said no. They don't understand that saying no to the apostle was impossible. It was forbidden. We have been conditioned our entire lives to think that saying no to Naasón was equivalent to saying, I don't believe, and that equated with death and hell. Naasón. Or should I call you uncle? Is now an appropriate time to call you Theo? Or was that something I was only supposed to call you when you raped me? Because you said it sounded so hot. Does it still sound sexy? As you remember it? Hearing me say it now in this courtroom? You knew me personally since the day I was born. You held me as a baby and watched me crawl around the room. You watched me grow up. You were supposed to protect me and care for me. You saw how I accepted your anointment as I grew up and knew how faithful I was to your so-called election. You saw how much I loved your spirituality and received you in my life as a new leader, a new man of God. Once you were chosen to be the successor, you saw saw my undying commitment and love for you and chose to take advantage of it in the most sickening ways imaginable. You chose to violate my innocence and steal my virginity. Every single time that you force your disgusting, sweaty, obese body against me to defile me, it was your choice, not mine. I never wanted it. I surrendered to it. All I was ever trained to do was obey you from the moment I was born. I followed every single one of your wishes and desires. I always agreed because I believed your desires would be holy and pure. I spent every free moment I had in church in service of you and your religion. I remember the first time you invited me to travel with you as a missionary. I was so excited. I felt so lucky. I remember packing all of my preaching material because I was ready to evangelize and spread the holy gospel with you. But that was never your mission. That was not your holy plan. You took me on that first trip to introduce me to your disgusting secret world of sex and immorality that you thrived on. I was so stupid. I was delighted and prayed in gratitude the first time before entering your blessed dwelling for having the privilege of massaging your feet. I will never forget that as I was massaging your so-called holy feet, I was seeing another girl give you a hand job. I had never seen a naked man before, and it was a quick introduction to your sadistic secret world of sex slaves. When I left the room, I cried and I cried because I didn't understand what was happening. You were my savior, the apostle. You were holiness personified. I couldn't make sense of any of it. How could this man, that is Jesus Christ on earth, be so disgusting? You used this time to indoctrinate me on the secret gifts that I was about to start receiving. You used your lies under the guise of religion to make me believe that your actions were a blessing. Then you had your groomers threaten me and explain the consequences of disobeying a servant of God, a man who was the mouth of God, the living Spirit of God. Eternal damnation and total unhappiness, illness, infertility, tragedy, and devastation here on earth. Where is the consent in that? When I tried to resist and explain how this all felt wrong, that you were my uncle and this wasn't okay, they quoted the scriptures. They told me that there was never immorality in your actions because you could not sin. You were the representation of Christ, sinless, untouchable, all-powerful. They told me that I needed to pray harder, to believe more, that my doubt was a sign that I didn't trust in you and didn't have enough faith. You and your groomers made me feel like I was the broken one, that I was the crazy one, and that I just had to try harder to trust. I had no way out. You didn't just rape me over and over again. You were evil and merciless. I went from being an I threw up, and then sat there as I kept apologizing over and over while cleaning up my own vomit. Do you remember that time? You were sodomizing me, and I cried and begged you to stop thrusting because I was in so much pain. Remember how much you and your accomplices laughed at me as I was crying and screaming? Do you remember how you ordered them to hold me down so I wouldn't resist? Do you remember how much blood there was? How you kept going even more savagely? Do you remember telling me you wouldn't stop until I stopped screaming? I bled for days and days after that. Do you remember when you wanted me? Do you remember when you wanted me to bring my little sister to you so that you could violate her too? I told you she's only 14. Do you remember what you said to me? Do you remember saying that I should have brought her to you sooner? Do you remember when you commanded me to have sex with one of your dogs as your 50th birthday present? Do you remember telling me how much you wanted your husky to defile me? Was you raping me not enough? Do you remember the night you violently stole my virginity? Do you remember how my groomer brought you to the bloodstained white bedsheet and said, "Look, my lord, the sign of your niece's innocence." And you smiled and told me it was a blessing from God. Do you remember all the orgies you made me join? Do you remember the one time with that little boy? You remember making his mom come in wearing a mask and commanding them both to have sex with each other? How about the next day when you made his aunt join in too? How about when you sodomized me in front of them? I wouldn't stop that time either, no matter how much I said it hurt. Do you remember how much I bled that time too? Do you remember ordering that boy's aunt to come and give me oral sex so that she could lick off my blood that was left on your penis? Do you remember all the time that you gave me an STD? Do you remember ordering my sister-in-law to stick her entire fist inside me and how much I cried out in pain? She believes you were God too. Remember how she would not stop, no matter how much I begged, until she got the order from you? Do you remember giving me the order that I had to wake you up with a sex act every morning and then put you to sleep with one too? In case you had forgotten, I am here to remind you. I can faith in God, in man, and in myself. I struggle to trust everyone and everything. You took away my youth and my innocence. Me and my family have been getting death threats for the past 3 years because of you. And I live in fear because of you. You have uprooted me and my family and disrupted my very existence. I struggle to understand how there can be so much evil in the world, and the only evil I see is you. Your Honor, I was standing in the audience this past Friday as Naasón pled guilty under oath and acknowledged that he had committed sexual abuse against the Jane Does. Your Honor, Naasón is a liar. He lied to me. He lied to my fellow Jane Does. And he lied when he represented that he acknowledged his guilt while standing in your courtroom. Your Honor, La Luz del Mundo is Naasón's church. They are his representatives and his servants on earth. As I was in the hospital, going into premature labor, Naasón had his accomplices at the church deny his plea and deny his words. I'd like to take a moment to play you that clip. It's in Spanish, so I ask that it be translated.
To all of the church members, thanks to God, thanks to Jesus Christ, the communion of the Holy Spirit, we inform the Universal Church, the Apostle of Jesus Christ, Naasón García, has not had his rights respected. In fact, from the time he was arrested, we don't even know who's accusing him, stop it, including the denial of bail. On top of that, can you stop it? 1 second, Your Honor, please. or the fact that the defense is denied from using key testimony, videos,
mensajes de texto,
text messages,
cuales son de vital importancia en la defensa del apóstol de Jesucristo.
which are of vital importance in the defense of Christ's apostle.
Mismos que se escondieron por casi 3 años.
The same which were hidden for almost 3 years.
Tuvo acceso a las pruebas, la corte las excluyó.
And when the court finally had the chance to have this evidence, the court excluded them,
Todas,
all of
que
them,
no sean utilizadas en el juicio.
so that they would not be used at the trial,
Solamente la capacidad del equipo de defensa
diminishing the capacity of the defense team
para interrogar a sus acusadoras,
to,
dejando al apóstol Naasón
to interrogate his accusers, leaving the apostle Naasón
en estado de indefensión.
in a defenseless state. In the same way,
Derecho de defensa tampoco le permitieron al apóstol
his right to defense, and in the same regards to his right to defense, the apostle,
presentar testigos a su favor,
the defense was
cambio a los denunciantes,
the defense was denied to present witnesses in his favor,
se les permitió presentarse al juicio,
but his accusers,
sus identidades,
but his accusers were allowed to present themselves before the court without revealing their identities
es al público.
publicly.
Ignorando hasta la fecha quienes le acusan.
To this day, we do not know who his accusers are.
Incluso la corte también permitió a la fiscalía introducir alegatos que no tienen absolutamente nada que ver
The court, in fact, allowed the prosecution to present accusations which are meaningless, which are pointless
con este caso.
in regards to this case.
Condiciones mencionadas,
Because of all these,
traición a un juicio injusto,
because of all these conditions that I've just mentioned, and the fact of an unjust trial,
del cual su caso se convertiría en un espectáculo sesgado,
in which his trial would become a pig circus.
sometería a su familia y a la iglesia
It would expose his family,
a acoso,
and it would expose his family and the church to months of harassment,
acusaciones denigrantes,
denigrating accusations.
renuencia, llegó a una conclusión y tomó una decisión.
The apostle, due to all this, reluctantly came to a decision,
Confiando en que la iglesia lo comprenderá,
trusting that the church would understand,
consciente de que la doctrina y la palabra de Dios no ha faltado a su pueblo,
conscious that the word and the doctrine of God has not been lost on his people.
también porque sabe lo que ha sembrado en los corazones de la iglesia,
Because he knows what he's planted in the hearts of the church goers.
es plenamente consciente que de haberlo permitido, su juicio hubiera sido, además de injusto, un proceso que únicamente procuraba una prolongación de su prisión,
Knowing that, had it been permitted, his trial would have only, interpreter needs to repeat here, Your Honor,
en los corazones de la iglesia, porque es plenamente consciente que de haberlo
he's fully
permitido,
conscious that had it been allowed,
juicio hubiera sido,
his trial would have been,
más de injusto,
apart from unjust,
que únicamente
a
procuraba
process which would have only served to extend his
hasta de por vida.
to extend his time in custody, perhaps for the rest of his life.
Es oportuno reiterar que
It's-
las determinaciones de la audiencia del día 1 de junio
It's important to note that the hearing, which was conducted on June 1st,
demuestran que hay una intención de que el apóstol no reciba un juicio justo,
showed that there was every intention that the apostle should not receive a fair trial.
Estamos hablando de siendo Naasón Joaquín.
Your Honor, that speaks in that video is sitting right here in your courtroom. It's right there. Naasón brought his right-hand man, he brought his followers here so that he can be able to intimidate us further. He lied. I was here in this courtroom when he said he was guilty. Then why is he lying to the church? He's a liar. Your Honor, I wrote my victim statement from a hospital bed this last Friday because I wanted to preterm labor. After hearing the news of Naasón's plea, the agreement was a complete shock, and the stress and emotion since then have almost destroyed me. It has almost destroyed my daughter. This is how much this case means to me. As a victim, you must know that the plea agreement felt like a blow to the stomach. It felt like we were re-victimized all over again. We as victims sacrificed absolutely everything to come forward. We did it because we know just how evil and dangerous Naasón is. The reason many of us agreed to put ourselves and our lives on the line is because we want to make sure that this man is put away for life and cannot hurt another soul. When I agreed to be a Jane Doe, I was assured that there would be no negotiations and no plea agreements. The prosecution assured me of that from the very beginning. They said no negotiations and no agreements was one of the only reasons I agreed to come forward. We as Jane Does did not even think he was allowed to take a plea anymore. We were getting ready for trial and excited to finally have our day in court. And then we got a call telling us we had 15 minutes to get to downtown to speak with the prosecution. I didn't even realize we were going to court. We felt like in an instant we were told, game over, thanks for participating. Step aside to see your rapist get a trophy. We were told everything was agreed upon, signed and ordered. All of this without speaking to a single one of us sitting here today. The actual people that suffered his cruelty and were victims of his crime. Your Honor, this man destroyed my life. And through his unremorseful plea, he exerts his power once more. I had to spend the entire weekend listening to the church members claim that Naasón was vindicated. That if we really had any evidence against him, that he would be locked away for life. That this was a sign of his innocence. Your Honor, my faith was used as a weapon against me by Naasón Joaquín García. I did not consent to have sex with Naasón. I was taught that my body had to be surrendered to Naasón for my salvation. Every single day, every day, before I was going to be raped by Naasón. I would kneel and I would pray to God to help me. I would pray that he would guide my body to please him. everything from me, but the worst thing that he stole, the one thing that pains me every single moment of my life, is that the man sitting before you in an orange jumpsuit, he stole my faith. And he stole my belief in God. My faith was the only thing that I embraced during my abuse, and that prevented me from killing myself. He has now robbed me of that too. The mention of God is now a reminder of my abuse and all the pain I have endured. My trust in God was forever broken by this man because he claimed to be God, and then he raped me. Your Honor, I stand here today to let you know that I waited 3 years to confront this man who sexually tortured me, and I dreamed of the day I would have him take responsibility for what he did to me. I don't understand why he was offered a plea. There was so much evidence. There are 5 of us sitting in this court and countless others on the outside, all with the same stories, the same trauma, the same villain. He had so many devices with child pornography, the pictures, the videos, our testimonies. How wasn't that enough? We had witnesses, people that worked at the highest level of the church, that were willing to come forward and speak on our behalf about the injustices that they knew of. How can that opportunity be taken away from us? The prosecution told us that they were worried about a procedural mistake that they made. How is that our fault? Why is that overshadowing the facts, the evidence? How is this justice? Isn't this what this court stands for? This country? Please, I beg of you, don't let him get away with this. The prosecution told me that I would have one final opportunity today to appeal to you as a judge. Your Honor, to extend the sentence as you see fit. I beg of you, please listen to my words and the words of the fellow Jane Does and allow our suffering to not be in vain. I am sacrificing myself, my life, and the health and safety of my unborn child to make this emotional plea because it is so critical. The California Constitution recognizes the rights of sexual abuse victims because we are so vulnerable. I don't understand why none of the Jane Does were consulted, as the law requires reasonable notification about this plea. Every single one of us begged to go to trial. We needed it so desperately. How come our rights were not heard? How come the prosecution was allowed to forgo our rights under Marcy's law? We need your protection, and we need your judgment, Your Honor. You are literally the only person in this world who can see our sorrow. I ask for you to use your power as a sitting judge and extend his sentence in any way you can. All of us plead that you at least give him the maximum sentence for the charges he admitted to. We were told you could not, I would not recite the plea agreement, so we can't even ask for that. If we were misled, then please recite it and give us our day in court. But if you can't do that, please add as many years as this within your power. It won't make us whole. And it won't be complete justice to us. But it will show us that at
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Right?
felt like keeping on for a half hour. I didn't motion in that statement.
Okay, I'll just pay attention to the timer.
Wait, what
courtroom, you need to have your phones put away, please. You should not have your phone out.
Is that better? Absolutely, absolutely. We have an extra copy. I love you, Chris.
It's loving it when I like this, you know? Sure, a few months. But I haven't worn anything fancy before in a long time.
Main City come to order. Department 101 is back in session.
We're back on the record. Viewers Garcia, defendant is present. All counsel are present. The Spanish interpreters are likewise present. And at this time, people may continue the presentation of victim impact.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to start by telling you a little about myself. I want you to know who I was before this monster Naasón Joaquín raped me and destroyed me forever. I was born and raised in the Mundo church. Ever since I can recall, I thought of the church as my home, that one place you come back no matter what. As a child, along with the other children in the church, we were always taught to love the apostle above all things. We were taught to sing songs for him, about him in all of our church services. I sang him songs of love in church and outside of church on a constant basis. We were taught that the only reason we have life, food, clothing, and a home is because of him. We were raised to believe that if we were the source of a family for the apostle, or we provide him any joy, that we were going to be blessed by God and be saved. We were taught that the apostle was our father and loved us. We were indoctrinated to call the apostle Papi, Daddy. It was always Papi Samuel or Papi or Daddy Naasón. All of the children and adults in La Luz del Mundo are taught that an apostle's wishes are godly commands. All of our temples had his name or his initials instead of Christian symbols. He was our Christ. When his father died and he took over the church, he removed the signs that said holiness to Christ and replaced it with his name and his logo. He painted all the churches tones of blue because it was his favorite color. He was our everything, and we were happy to do whatever he commanded. We were also indoctrinated to believe that if we did not obey him, God would punish us. If we were to say no, we were ashamed and called apostates. Being called an apostate was the worst thing you could ever be called in La Luz del Mundo church. You could be the worst of the worst sinner, but an apostate was even worse than that. An apostate would go to hell no matter what. If you're a good person but you don't believe in Naasón, you're going to hell. You believe in Christ and God and live faithfully, but unless you accept Naasón as the voice of God on earth, you are going to hell. I was a good, faithful girl. I had good grades and had been in church choir since I was 10 years old. As a child, I always wanted to serve God so my mom could be blessed. She raised me on her own as a single mother. And I wanted nothing but her to be proud. At the innocence was taken away when my abuse started. Naasón damaged me forever. Naasón, now I'm talking to you. I want you to hear my voice. You destroyed me. You took everything from me. You put a hole in my life and forever changed my perception of reality. I will never be that same person again. You knew how to prey on us, and you used our wishes for eternal life and salvation to abuse us. You had your groomers prep me and other little girls for your filthy desires. The day you raped me, you told me I could not have a boyfriend because you were my special boyfriend, and also my father. The sexual grooming for me began at 15, but the mental grooming to love you began when I was a little girl. You isolated me and separated me from friends and family who didn't attend church. I was not allowed to have friends at school who were not from church. I loved to play sports, but was not allowed to join any teams because I was supposed to be at your disposal at all times. I was taken out of school all the time to serve you. My grades suffered because I was made to serve you. I missed going to school dances, I no friends. I missed a lot of typical teenage activities because of you. Your actions did shock me, but your groomers kept reinforcing and indoctrinating, teaching, stating that whatever the servant of God wants is approved by God, because he is the representative of God on earth. I was always told that if I didn't do things I was told to do, then I would bring shame to my family. I was also told that if I didn't do certain things, it was because I didn't have enough faith. You and your groomers used the Bible as a weapon for our grooming. You took advantage of the saddest vulnerability. You weaponized my father's absence in my life, and you used it against me. Alondra, you would repeatedly tell me that I have no one to defend me, no father to protect me or provide for us. You told me that you were my father and my protection. And right after you said that, you raped me. Yes, you raped me. You did not only force me to perform oral sex on your disgusting genitals. You penetrated my fragile body. I'm not that little fatherless girl that was scared anymore. I have my own voice to defend myself from you and others like you. I was willing and wanting to use it by telling my story at trial. I was robbed of this opportunity, so I will use this space to tell you what a despicable piece of filth you are. I was willing to sacrifice my dignity once more and allow the prosecutor to show the child pornography sent to you of my bare body. But it was not allowed. I wanted to show your church and the world the evidence there is, but that you were scared to tell all your dirty secrets out. You are a disgrace to the human race. Your Honor, I want you to know that before and during and even after the sexual abuse incident, I was read Bible verses to make me think it was okay. Even church officials like Alba Monsalvo Lopez, probably sitting in this court today, to try to convince me and my family on different occasions that whatever happened was okay because he was serving a God. Alba Monsalvo Lopez was my pastor's wife, a clergy member and church attorney. She took an oath before God to protect the souls and children of congregation, and then took an oath to uphold the law as an attorney and failed miserably on both counts. She violated her duty to protect me, and in doing so, she helped Naasón continue his sexual abuse against me. She does not deserve either position. She had full knowledge of what happened to me and even cried to my mom, stating that she could not believe my story. She still sat here on Naasón's team the day of his plea. She still protects him and defends him. She represents all the pastors and church officials in this church, Your Honor. They will never believe the children. They will never protect the children in La Luz del Mundo. Alba, how can you show your face in this court knowing that you were an accessory to this crime? As part of the legal team, I'm sure you've seen all of the evidence, and I'm disgusted that you still stand in support of this disgusting human being. Your Honor, after Naasón ripped me apart, raped me, and shattered my soul, I became severely depressed, and for a long time I wasn't able to even get out of my bed. I even tried to kill myself so many times. I tried to numb the pain I was going through, but nothing would work, and nothing still would never work. Everyone in church would talk about me, saying I'm gone crazy because I did not want to serve the apostle anymore. I still suffer from depression, trust issues, constant panic attacks, anxiety. I will continue to struggle with those issues forward until I die. Naason's abuse affects the way I see the world and the way I interact with people. I distrust people and have difficulties in relationships and friendships. He abuses power not only as it pertains to me and the other Jane Does, but also as it pertains to the church. This pedophile has shown no remorse for what he has done. He has not taken responsibility for what he has done. Instead, he calls himself the victim. In his letters to the church, he has told them he never did the things he is being accused for, and for 3 years they have believed him. Naasón, for 3 years you have told the church members your rights have been violated by this court. You have lied to them about wanting to go to trial, about not knowing who the Jane Does are. You know who we are. You have known all along. Here we are. Look at us. Here we are. Look. You want to continue having the power over the church members, the council of bishops, your enablers, and you can only do so much by lying to them. You told the church members on the day you pleaded guilty that you pleaded guilty not because you were guilty, but because your rights were violated, and you were never going to have a fair trial. You told them you wanted to spare the members the grief of going through a trial. You said the judge denied you the right to have your witnesses testify and denied your defense the right to show our messages or question us in person. Your enablers told the church members that you cannot have a fair trial because the judge did not release our identities to the public. All 5 Jane Does are ready to face you in the trial and waited for that opportunity for 3 years. Your Honor, we wanted our day in court. We wanted to face our sexual predator. We were deprived of that right when the Attorney General's office decided to reach an agreement with Naasón. I would like this court to know I was not informed, nor did I consent to negotiating with this rapist. We were informed after our decisions have been made. Naasón, you're a coward. And unfortunately, this plea will allow you to serve a ridiculous prison sentence you are getting. And then you will be released to your mansion paid by the church members. You and your family see the church as a business and have made your fortunes at the back of the members. You will then continue to abuse young girls again because the fanatics will bring you their own children. The church is already posting comments that they support you and will be waiting for your release. The pastors are telling the members that anything said in court is fake news. Your Honor, Naasón took away our innocence. And now our voice has been silenced by not allowing us the right to confront Naasón in trial. They said They said they just wanted to protect us, but what is there to protect when the damage is already done? We wanted to defend ourselves and have evidence out in public so other victims can have more courage to speak up. We were unable to tell our stories in court. I am here because I want the world to know what a horrible, disgusting, horrendous person you are, Naasón. I hope that my story and courage to face Goliath will open people's minds and eyes to the truth. I want to give other victims the courage to speak up. Your fanatic followers say we have made up lies, but why would a 15-year-old make up a lie about such a powerful person, knowing she would lose her church, her family, and be publicly ridiculed? It doesn't make sense, right? Your Honor, we are doing this because we want to tell our truth. And hopefully with our truth, we can help other abuse victims speak up. I know a lot of victims don't want to speak up because it's hard to accept what he's done. It's hard to believe that such a vile behavior comes from a so-called man of God. It's hard knowing that none of your family will ever believe you. It's hard because after you speak up, you're going to think your closest family and friends will be there for you. But they're just going to turn their back and call you a liar. And go to Naasón and believe Naasón, a person they don't know nothing about. I was once in that position of being scared to speak up, but why would we let this abuse keep happening? When it's been happening for almost 100 years. This has to stop. I call all the victims to not be afraid. There are many pastors from this church that are pedophiles and rapists, but you did not hold them accountable or report them because they had a hold on you. And that is how you get the endless cycle of child abuse in your disgusting family and bishop circle. Why did the church members keep letting our children get abused? It's so sickening, it's so sad. You're a dangerous man and have dangerous people around you who will do your dirty work. Your Honor, after this trial, we're not going to be safe. Why would a man that claims to be serving to God need bodyguards anywhere and everywhere he goes? I thought you were our safe place. I thought church was the safest place, but it was my worst nightmare. Your Honor, I know a sentence has been agreed upon, but I ask you to reconsider and give this horrible human being the maximum sentence. 4 more years. I know it seems like nothing, but it takes power away from him. The sentence is a joke compared to what he's done to us. And all the victims who cannot speak up. Once Naasón isn't out of court and out of prison, his people will now be able to harm us and go after us. I really hope things can change for other victims. I hope other victims that speak out are not discouraged by this outcome. I hope they get their justice. I pray other girls and boys that have abused come out and tell their story to put an end on this cult and this predator. Respectfully, James O2.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here to speak on behalf of Jane Doe. And this is her statement. I would like to first address my abuser. Naasón, as you sat on your untouchable throne, there were thousands of children who were willing to sacrifice their entire lives for you. I was one of those kids. I loved you and revered you as Jesus Christ himself. As a child, my only desire was to serve you, to follow your voice, to please you and make you happy. Anyone who was not raised in La Luz del Mundo church will never understand the level of brainwashing we went through. You made our parents train us from birth to love you above all things. We prayed for you at least 3 times a day. And we were taught that everything we had was due to your existence. In my eyes and in the eyes of the entire church, you were the representative of God on earth. Your desires were sacred orders. I was taught you were the most important person on earth, and that what I did for you, I was doing for God. You abused this power. You used this lie to take advantage of me sexually, and you violated me and took my innocence. Not only did you taint my body forever, you also shattered my spirit. You took away my belief in everything. You stole my childhood dreams and my pureness. You took away my right to a proper education and pulled me away from it to serve you. As other kids enjoyed playing sports after school, I was being used as a toy for your pleasure. Now I struggle with my own sense of reality because everything I knew as truth was a lie. I lost my family because my own blood does not recognize me as a human being. They do not believe I am worthy of happiness because I spoke against you. You deserve to stay in jail forever. But even then, it would not be enough penalty. What you did to me and countless of other victims can never be undone. It's wishful thinking that your punishment will put an end to this disgusting 100-year cycle of abuse that you and your family have perpetuated for years, for decades. I hope you know that with every lie you keep telling, you continue to take advantage of the most vulnerable members of your church, including my family. There are so many sincere people that worship you in ignorance, and you take advantage of that love. Naasón, you are a disgrace to humanity because you not only seek to hurt your enemies or your rivals or people you hate, you actually prey and harm the people that love you the most. You savagely destroy faithful, spiritual children, the ones with the most faith, the most defenseless, and that makes you a monster. Your Honor, we are not happy with this plea. Like I stated before, this child predator deserves to stay in prison for life. Although there's some peace in knowing Naasón is being convicted, his agreement is a mockery to justice. With that said, I hope that you will reconsider the maximum sentence for each count he pleaded to. This enhancement won't fix the harm and the wounds he has left on our bodies and hearts But 4 more years will give him more time to grow perhaps some remorse. 4 more years will improve the possibility that this type of abuse stops and that he does not hurt more victims in the future. Your Honor, Naasón Joaquín García thinks your courtroom is a joke. One day before he pleaded guilty, he told the church he was innocent, that there was no evidence against him, that he never committed any illegal acts, and that if he were to be convicted, it is because he is like Jesus Christ, a martyr, punished unjustly. He stated, quote, "They will never prove that which I did not commit," end quote. 2 days later, he came in this courtroom and told you he was not innocent, and that he did in fact sexually abuse 3 minors, including me. And as soon as he left your courtroom, and after admitting guilt, he sent another official message to the church stating the opposite. He sent this message through the Bishop's Council. I can play it in its entirety if the court allows it, but I will summarize. In summary, he told the church this court abused his rights, that you and the judicial system were unfair and gave him no choice but to plead. He lied to the church and said that your decision on June 1st, 2022 showed a clear intention on this court's part that he not receive a fair trial. He lied to the church and said you ordered that he could not present any witnesses and that you denied all attempts to present the evidence he has of his innocence. He stated this court and your Honor treated him unfairly because you were going to allow all witnesses, including the Jane Does, to testify without showing our face, so he would never know who accused him, nor would he be able to confront us. He told the church that he had evidence that we are all doing this for money, and that he was not allowed to present the evidence. He told the church that all of the above showed the process was partial. He said all this, and then said that for these reasons, he reluctantly had to make a, quote, decision, end quote, in order to be allowed to see the church again and protect his family. He has failed to tell the church that he pled guilty. He told them that he negotiated some terms and agreements so that he can come out as soon and see them. The message reiterated the phrase, quote, "They will never prove that which I did not commit," end quote. And turning now to the Attorney General and prosecutors, Your Honor, I would like to let them know Naasón was very pleased with the agreement they made with him. And he even asked the church to pray for them, for you. He wished blessings upon those who graciously helped him reach this deal. I hope those pedophile blessings help everyone who made this unjust plea agreement reflect on their decision. I would like the public and this court to know we were not reasonably notified of this plea. We did not know it would happen when we walked into this courtroom, still blindsided from having heard the news minutes before we stood before you. At this point, all we can ask is for your mercy, so that at a minimum, Naasón does not control the narrative one last time. 4 more years would ensure that our child molester does not get the final word. It will ensure that he does not continue to abuse us even through this judicial process. He showed no remorse and took no responsibility. He does not feel that he is guilty. He has yet to display any regret for what he has committed against me and other victims. I would ask that at a minimum, as part of his punishment, he turn to us and look at us and apologize for what he did. I ask the court to consider our request and find this is an extraordinary case where justice has not been served. The years that you can add are 4 less years that he will be out in public able to abuse more children. He knows that as long as there are members who believe that he is God on earth, he can and will continue the abuse. Your Honor, everyone has catered to this pedophile's desires his entire life. The church worships him. The Mexican government venerates him and covered his criminal actions for years. Our only hope was the fair U.S. judicial system, and now that has failed us as well. There was not enough weight given to the welfare of all the children, of all the church children in California, nor the mountains of evidence available on record, or our desires to go to trial. They did not take us into consideration despite our bravery to stand against the sadistic child molester. Negotiations took place with a rapist without even giving us a heads up. Our fate was in his hands once again. Please, Your Honor, be the first authority in your life that will stand against this predator. Give him the 4 extra years his sentence allows. Give him the gift of 4 more years to reflect on his actions. Give us 4 more years of peace. Give La Luz del Mundo children 4 more years of safety. Thank you. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to hear our plea. Respectfully, Jane Doe #1.
Thank you.
Forgive me if I stutter. And forgive me because I'm very nervous right now. I will be reading a part of my entry from my old journal, and it's dated back from September 11, 2018. Today I had a breakdown. I'm still in pain. My mom blames me for what happened with Naasón, Joaquín, and me. She said, why didn't I tell her before it got so far? I told her that Alondra would manipulate me and the other girls, and that our parents would never believe us. But most importantly, because it was a blessing to lose your virginity to the so-called name God. Every girl would have liked to have this blessing, but God has given us this blessing that we must protect and give ourselves to Him. This didn't make any sense to me. I was only 15. I prayed night and day for God to help me and understand. I lost all count with every girl in the group. Alondra and Naasón would tell us that we shouldn't keep in contact with them and only keep in contact with the girls that were doing the same thing as us. Alondra and Naasón would call us angels, or in Spanish, las angelitas, which I found completely uncomfortable. I want to write down everything us angelitas would do, but right now, I just want you to know my feelings. When I'm older and I'm reading this to myself, I'm done. I'm tired of being blamed by everyone. I'm done with people telling me this is a blessing. To the world, I'm trash. And to church, I'm a failure. And I'm not ready to tell anybody. But I had to. But soon I will.
Nason, the time has come. Today is the day. The time for people to know what you put me through. I'm raising my voice here in this court in front of the evil monster who abused me, raped me, and broke me. For so long, I didn't have a voice, and I didn't think that anyone would care enough to hear me speak about the horrible abuse I suffered at your hands, Your Honor. He used me, and he used my faith in God and my innocence to instill an unshakable fear that I would be punished by God if I refused him or spoke against him. Nason and his accomplice brainwashed me to think that no one would believe me, that I would be left alone and deep in pain, shunned by God and those who I loved most, my family. Part of Nason's process was to make sure that we suffered in silence. For years I had to suffer with shame and humiliation of what he did to me. The disgusting memories. The scars in my heart, my soul, my psyche. I no longer trust in people because of Nason and what he did to me. He took advantage of my most vulnerable time and destroyed me. I was a child, and he defiled my body and my innocence. For so long, I waited for this trial to take place so that I would tell the world what this disgusting human being did to me, about his disgusting crimes. But that trial will not take place because of the plea deal. When I heard the news, I didn't know how to feel. And I had forced myself to shut down my emotions in order to survive. I have become numb so that I can live with the scars of Nason's abuse and the memories that haunt me. But standing here today, I feel anger, fear, disappointment, and hopelessness. For the past year, I felt so empty and so alone. La Luz del Mundo ministers spread false rumors about us. That we were sluts, that we were drug addicts, and other horrible things. That is how they oppose. That's how they seek to destroy anyone who dares to speak up to the sinister truth of his crimes. The world I grew up in crumbled around me. I wanted to make clear that I'm a good person. I was a child and this monster savagely ripped my dignity apart. And I was in the darkest hours. I restored to anything that could take my pain away. He took my faith away. He took my purpose away. All I was left was an empty hole that I tried to fill with anything that could numb my pain.
a disrupted attempt to flee. The haunting memories of me being raped and abused in my nation. I searched for inner peace and failed. The trauma I was living with led me to drop out of high school. Because waking up and getting out of bed was so challenging, it was painful. I had no desire to live in the twilight zone that my life had been thrusted into because to my own mother, to my own grandmother, lifelong friends, fellow church members, I was now an evil person who had betrayed the man of God, Mason. I would sleep for hours and then to avoid the real world. And howling relentlessly, but soon my safe place was thrusted with nightmares that I could have not escaped. I developed insomnia. I was going crazy because nobody understood my pain. Nobody. My relationship with my mom was shattered. By my decision to speak to the authorities, to report the abuse, I will never forget the day. I will never forget the day when Naasón was arrested. That morning, my mom woke me up to go to church with her. The entire church was called together to pray for Naasón. My own mother wanted me to go to church and pray for my rapist, my abuser, and my tormentor. It made me feel so little that I didn't even have it in me to fight back. Once we arrived at the church, we walked down the benches. Everyone was screaming, crying, and pleading to God for his name. My mom kneeled down and began to pray and cry, but I knew those tears weren't for me. It broke me to stand there and even it broke me to stand there and even thought deep inside, I know that her actions were a result of brainwashing and conditions she went through. I couldn't help to resort her and to feel betrayed though. She wasn't feeling pain for me, her child. She was doing what she was indoctrinated to do. She was putting Naasón first above all. Even above her flesh and blood, the child formed in her womb, whom she brought to this world. I kneeled as well, but I felt like I was crawling out of my skin. So I got up and I looked at her and I told her, Mommy, I can't be here. I have to go to school. I will never forget that moment because she didn't even look at me. She didn't even look at me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to bleed in my head for her to look at me. I remember thinking, Mommy, please look at me. Please, I'm in so much pain. She never looked at me. She coldly told me to do whatever I wanted. I walked out of the church with my heart bursting out of my chest, broken and crying. I got inside my car and and I began to drive to school with no thought. You, Naasón, have ruined everything for me. The moment you took my innocence away, I'm sure it meant nothing to you, but to me it meant everything. I hate my body. I can't stand to look at it. I wish I could erase every part that you filthy, evil hands and body touch. I hate myself for being so affected by you and by your abuse. You, Naasón Joaquín, are the deprived who have stolen my innocence, my childhood, and my ability to have a normal life. 16 years and 8 months for you to be in jail is simply no justice. It's simply not enough for the lifetime trauma you have caused me and my family. You deserve to live the rest of your life in the South. I plead to you, Honor. Please consider Naason's sentence and extend it to the maximum amount of time allowed by law. I'm not angry at the prosecution. I just don't understand why they would negotiate with a child molester, and I question their lack of prudency in their communication with us. I wish with all my heart they never experienced the pain they're dealing with our sexual predator has added to our hearts. Not only did they reasonably notified us of Naason's plea, but they completely failed to inform me about Susana Oaxaca's plea. They did not allow me to hear her admission of guilt. I was not informed of the hearing, and I still do not know what the results of the plea is. I have heard through news that she will not go to jail at all. Will not have to register as a sex offender. This is unbelievable. Susana is a menace to all young girls, and I cannot fathom the idea that she will have the access to thousands of children every day at church. At age 15, I clearly remember her face the first time I had to grab Naason's disgusting penis in my hand. Susana was standing there and indoctrinating me on that this was such a blessing. I will never forget her voice telling me, "This is how you grab it. When it's in your hand, stroke it like in this manner. Then lick it like a lollipop and suck on it." Susana and Naasón are monsters. Your Honor, you have the power to serve justice, to excuse the law to its full extent. This isn't me pleading for me anymore. This is for all the little girls that have been abused by Naasón. Naasón is a menace to the little girls, little boys, innocent teenagers of Mundo. The plea deal he was granted is not justice for the countless of other little girls that he still holds his secret secrets in silent pain, who live in fear of his release. He is corrupt and evil being, one incapable of remorse, as an evidence in the way he continues to lie and mislead the members of La Luz del Mundo. Naasón continues to deny my wrongdoings. He slanders and defames the court, the justice system, and his victims. He showed us and his countless other victims no mercy when he raped us, when he had pinned some of his victims down so he would violently rape them. He deserves no mercy. I beg of you, Your Honor, to set aside this plea that was made without any consideration, any consultation, any sense of justice for the very wrongdoings of the victim state. Your Honor, I ask of you to reconsider his plea deal. I ask you to reconsider this decision any way you can, and in any way you see fit after hearing our voices. Please bring justice that we actually deserve. His plea deal is not enough. He deserves a lifetime for each and one of us Jane Does. That he destroyed our lives. I plead to you, Your Honor, please. Respectfully submitted, Jane Doe 3.
Thank you.
We have a minute, Your Honor.
Buenas tardes a todos, señor. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to everyone.
Bueno, primero no sé cómo dirigirme a ese señor.
First, I don't know how to direct myself towards that gentleman.
En un tiempo, él era todo para nosotros.
At one time, he was everything to us.
Era el apóstol de Dios, era santo.
He was God's apostle. He was a saint.
Era nuestro padre en la fe y lo amábamos tanto
He was our father in faith, and we loved him so much.
que nunca pensé que nos hiciera tanto daño.
I never thought he would harm us so much.
Me pregunté yo diariamente por casi 2 años,
I asked myself daily for almost 2 years,
¿qué le hice?
what did I do to him?
¿Qué le hice a usted para que violara a mi hija?
What did I do to him so that he would rape my daughter?
Si yo estaba a su disposición a trabajar al 100%.
If I was at his disposal to work for him at 100%.
Aquí está presente Aurelio Zabaleta, que fue mi encargado.
This president is one that was in charge of me.
Y él me puso de encargada de jóvenes.
And he put me in charge of young people.
Y yo nunca les decía que no y trabajaba duro para lo que ellos se les ofreciera.
And I never told them no, and I always worked hard for anything they might have needed.
Aquí está Ramón Salvo, que también fue mi encargada.
Ramon Salos here, who was also my indoctrinator.
Y ella sabe que estaba en comisión de finanzas y encargada de un grupo de venta.
She knew that I was in charge of sales for a group of commissions.
Y yo me pregunto a usted qué le hice.
And I asked you, what did I do?
¿A qué violar a mi hija?
What did I do
Si lo único que hice fue trabajar para usted.
to have my daughter raped? The only thing I ever did was to work for you.
Darle mi dinero, mis fuerzas,
Give you my money, my strength,
mi energía.
my energy.
Soy madre soltera y a pesar de todo, traté de siempre hacer las cosas bien en la iglesia para quedar bien con usted.
I'm a single mother, and in spite of everything, I always did everything to try to be in good standing with the church and with you.
Tenía muchas responsabilidades ahí.
I had a lot of responsibilities there.
Cuando yo empezaba a ver a mi hija, el día más feliz de su vida, que la habían aceptado en el grupo,
When I saw my daughter on the happiest day of her life, when she had been accepted into the group,
en el grupo de bendición,
in the group of blessings,
yo decía, mi Dios, voy a trabajar más duro para Naasón.
I said to myself, my God, I'm going to work even harder for Naasón.
Voy a hacer todo lo que él necesite, lo que él quiera, porque
I will do everything he needs, everything that he wants.
Porque escogió a mi hija para que le sirviera.
Because he chose my daughter to serve him.
Pero nunca me imaginé qué clase de servicio le tenía.
But I never imagined the type of service that he had.
Y yo le pregunto, ¿por qué a nosotros?
And I asked, why us?
Lloraba
I cried
y le decía a mi Dios,
and I prayed to my God.
no ese Dios que toda la iglesia a la luz del mundo lo tiene como a Él,
Not the God that church, the Luz del Mundo, considers him,
sino a Dios que hice.
but
Que
the
me
God,
hice si le di mi tiempo, mis fuerzas, mi dinero,
but the God I said,
años
I gave him my time, my money, my efforts, years worth,
y todo mi trabajo, pero como una madre.
and all my work. But as a mother,
Siempre tiene un sentimiento cuando las cosas no están bien.
but a mother always has a feeling when things aren't right.
Y yo veía a mi hija después de un tiempo que ya no venía con esa alegría de su casa.
And I saw my daughter that after a while she wasn't returning home with that same joy.
Ella ya venía llorando, enojada.
She would come home crying, angry.
Y yo le preguntaba, ¿qué tienes? No me decía nada.
And I would ask her, what's wrong? And she wouldn't say anything to me.
Entonces yo empezaba a presentir algo malo,
I started to feel that something was wrong.
porque la encontraba en el piso llorando,
I would find her on the floor crying,
desesperadamente, y me decía que no me podía decir nada.
desperately crying, telling me that she couldn't say anything to me.
Y yo empezaba a presentir, pero yo decía, no puedo pensar mal del hombre de Dios.
And I started to get the feeling, but I thought to myself, I can't think that about the man of God.
Pero era el único lugar donde yo la dejaba desde las 7, 8 de la mañana hasta la noche.
But that was the only place that I would leave her from 7, 8 in the morning till 8 at night.
Y yo decía, pero si algo le está pasando en esa casa.
And I would say to myself, if something is happening to her, it's happening to her there in that house.
Pero cada vez que yo pensaba mal de él, algo me pasaba.
But every time that I thought ill of him, something would happen to
Porque
me.
así nos tienen acostumbrados en esa iglesia.
Because in that church, that's the way they have us conditioned.
Que cada vez que hablas mal de la elección, eres la elección para esa iglesia. Cada vez que piensas más de él, algo te va a pasar porque estás hablando mal contra el siervo de Dios o pensando mal.
Because they teach us that whenever you think bad of the church, something bad is going to happen to you because you're thinking ill of the Lamb of God.
Y yo pedía perdón a Dios y le decía, Dios mío, quítame esos pensamientos que vienen a mi mente.
And I would beg forgiveness of God, and I would say, God, please take these thoughts out of my mind.
Pero un día mi hija me confesó
Then one day my daughter confessed to me.
lo que ya presentía yo.
She confessed what I was feeling.
Me dijo que él hacía hacer cosas que no le gustaban y que la violó.
She told me that he made her do things that she didn't like, and that he raped her.
Y yo no sabía qué hacer.
I didn't know what to do.
Como mamá sola, mis hijos,
As a single mother,
a donde nos había mandado decir que si decíamos algo, él tenía mucho poder y dinero y que nosotros no éramos nada.
where to go, because we've been told that if we should say something, he had a lot of power and money, and we should not say anything,
Y nosotros no éramos nada.
and that we were nothing.
Entonces yo preferí callar.
So I preferred to stay silent.
Busqué ayuda con algunas personas de la iglesia
I sought help from people
y
from
me
some people in
decían
the
que no
church,
dijera nada.
and they would tell me to not say anything,
Porque si yo decía algo, todos iban a ir contra mí.
because if I were to say something, everyone would turn against me.
Me llené de miedo y decidí no ir a la policía.
I was filled with fear, and I chose not to go to the police.
Después mi hija estaba muy enojada conmigo porque yo seguía trabajando en esa iglesia.
Afterwards, my daughter was very angry with me because I continued to work at that church.
Pero la única razón por la que seguía es porque tenía miedo.
But the only reason that I continued to work was because I was
Esa gente
scared.
es mala.
They're evil people.
Él tiene poder y tiene muchos que andan tratando de hacernos el mal.
He has a lot of power and a lot of people who come after us trying to harm us.
Una vez el 14 de agosto de 2018 a la Santa Cena,
During the Holy Feast of August 4th, 2018,
después de una celebración en grande de todo Estados Unidos,
After a nationwide celebration here in the United States,
él le mandó a hablar a mi hija para que fuera a su casa.
he called my daughter for her to come over to his house.
Yo vi la cara de mi hija y empezó a llorar y dijo, yo no quiero ir, estoy enferma.
I saw my daughter's face and she started crying and she said, I don't want to go, I'm sick.
Y fue cuando yo me molesté un poco y dije, ¿cómo le vas a decir que no al siervo de Dios si no estás enferma?
And that's when I got a little upset. I said, how are you going to say no to the Lamb of God if you're not sick?
Pero después empecé a entender por qué no quería ir, porque cada vez que él iba, ella iba a esa casa, la violaba.
But then I started to understand why she didn't want to go, because every time she would go to that house, he would rape her.
Ahora ha cambiado mucho nuestras vidas desde ese momento. Le quitó la inocencia a mi niña.
A lot has changed in our lives from that moment on. He stole my little girl's innocence.
Le quitó las ganas de vivir. Tantas veces se trató de suicidar.
He took her desire to live from her. She's tried to commit suicide so many times.
Pero aquí estamos.
But we're here.
Ella me dio las fuerzas para que no se quedara callada. Hay muchas niñas y niños que no hablaron.
She gave me the strength to help her not keep quiet. There are so many children that have stayed quiet.
Yo solamente le quiero decir qué le hice. ¿Por qué si tenía tanto dinero y poder, por qué no contrató mujeres de afuera?
I just want to ask, why did he do it? If he has so much money, he has so much power, why didn't he contract women from the outside?
Porque tiene que ser niñas inocentes que lo querían, que lo amaban.
Why did it have to be innocent little girls who loved him?
Cambió toda su vida desde ese día. Mi hija ha tenido pesadillas.
My daughter's life has changed from that day on. She has nightmares.
Y a cualquier madre, a cualquier padre que ve sufrir a su hijo, es lo peor que te puede pasar.
And any parent who sees their child suffer, it's the worst thing that can happen to a parent.
Yo solamente le quería decir, mi señoría.
And Your Honor, I just wanted to say it to you.
Ellos hicieron un acuerdo sin consultar a las víctimas.
An agreement was reached without consultation of the victims.
Y yo nomás quisiera que tomara en cuenta todo el dolor que ha causado por tantos años.
And I ask you to please take into account the years of pain he's caused. That's all.
Thank you. You don't have to worry about it.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Vanessa Reese. I'm a victim advocate with the Office of the Attorney General Victim Services Unit. I'm reading this on behalf of Jane Doe 2's brother. I am the brother to one of the victims. It's hard for me to put into words what my family has gone through. The best way I can put it is our world has completely turned upside down. Since as long as I can remember, my family has been members of LLBM. We've attended almost every day growing up. We practically grew up in that church. Naasón made a lot of promises. He said he would be taken care of in every aspect of our lives if we followed him. He said we were doing right by God if we followed him. He said he would keep us safe, protect us, and love us if we followed him. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Naasón is a liar. My heart shattered that moment I heard that what he had done to my little sister. She was just a little girl. She was a happy girl, very kind, full of life, had a lot of friends, and did very well in school. That was until Naasón took her innocence. She was no longer that happy girl. Everything she had faith in was taken away from her. The person she idolized abused her trust in the worst way. He took advantage of her. He promised her she was doing the right thing by God if she served him, and she believed him because she trusted him. Our family wasn't the same. None of us had any idea what to do or how it would be possible to ever move on from this. My sister, still in high school, had to carry this burden with her everywhere she went, and it hurt me so much to watch her suffer. She cried most of the days and nights. She wasn't sleeping well and had nightmares most nights. She had to go to therapy at such a young age. I was terrified for her and where her life was headed. She was too young to be dealing with something like this. I get sick just thinking about it. All I want is justice for my sister and the families that are still trying to recover from this. The acts of Naasón that he has committed are disgusting and unjustifiable. It would be inhumane to let this man walk out of here with anything less than life in prison. He is a danger to our world and a danger to all the families involved. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. At the age of 14, I was introduced to this church. And at the age of 16, I got baptized along with Jane Doe number 2, his mother. I'm her aunt. And I was in the church for over 20 years. And I can attest to the fact of how you're indoctrinated in it. You're taught how to believe he is the servant of God. Day and night, every day, Monday to Sunday, 3 times a day, there's congregation, and every time there's a beginning prayer for him, there's an ending prayer for him, and anything in between that you may need and ask and request from God. I watched this little girl grow up. I held her in my heart, and I saw the damage that this man has caused her. I was so proud of her because out of all of us, the family, because there's an extended amount of us in the family, they were the 2 most faithful ones. They followed the doctrine the way it should be held, how he had taught us. And I was so proud when I had found out that she had been chosen. And I felt that she was an example even for my daughter. And then when I came to find out what had happened, I immediately, everything crumbled. I just felt so surreal that what I had believed in, what I had trusted for so many years was a lie. And I just want Your Honor to ask you, please, to reconsider. I don't find it just because the time that he's been given, it just does not justify the time that he's taken away all the innocence and the purity of all these children, of all these kids. And how I know the power that he has. I know how faithful people are and how they will stop at nothing to please him. I can't have a normal life with my niece because I don't know her address. I can't find out her address because I'm not allowed to go and visit her, just in fear of causing any harm. If anybody knows me or follows me, that would come upon them, and that's not right. I just don't find it to be just. So, Your Honor, I ask you please to reconsider the sentence that was given without the knowledge of the victims, and to give him the maximum penalty that's allowed to help just for us to start in the recovery, the process of recovering and getting past this without the fear of knowing that he's out and being allowed to do this to other children. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Again, Your Honor, my name is Vanessa Reese. I'm reading this on behalf of Jane Doe 3's brother. Naasón, while this is primarily directed at you, I want to equally direct these words to the members of the Light of the World. It's difficult to start anywhere with this letter because there are so many things that I want to say. For so long, my family and other families in this cult have essentially given up either lives to build this entire empire of lies that you, Samuel and Aaron had built. However, the two biggest lies that your kind has ever told me and many others is that the church was all choice, and two, we didn't worship you. I never had a choice. My grandmother and mother revered you and your fathers. I was fourth generation, and I do mean was because I don't associate with you or your fans. I was never allowed to question why I had to worship you. I was gaslighted, manipulated, and force-fed your doctrine. The decisions to worship was never mine to make, because from birth, all I ever heard was your lineage and how we owe our lives to you and your prayers. I look back now and I weep for all the stolen years of youth you stole. I cry for my mom because while she wants me to believe in God, I can't. Because of you, Naasón, I will never believe in religion ever again. In my mind, like a child, you are still larger than life, but in a terrible way, like the clown from It by Stephen King, with razor teeth and menacing eyes. Even as I write this, I feel this terrible threat as if you or your influence might materialize from the sheer utterance of my words. The fact that my family has to live in fear because of fanatic followers of yours would do so much harm in our way of living. You have, in a sense, ruined my life. I deal daily with PTSD, borderline personality, depression, and anxiety. I never know how I feel or function from day to day to the next. I have to work incredibly hard just to feel stable. I have triggers based on experiences I've had, the wailing sounds of prayer during holy days, in the many restrictions, especially on women, the unpredictable behavior and different interpretations between encargados, ministers, and the oppressive pressure which only grew heavier as every generation passed. There are years of my life that are missing in my memory. I have to trust that my brain knows what it is doing in an effort to protect me. By allowing me not to remember horrible things that have scared me for life, my brain and nervous systems have been forever damaged by your choices and actions. The shame and disgust I carry about myself almost killed me. I'm not dead by suicide, but believe me, I have tried. But then you had to go and destroy the person that I love with all my heart, my little sister, J. Doe 3. You destroyed her in more ways than a human can even imagine. You defiled her and her innocence. You shattered her mind. You ruined relationships for her. You took her and rattled her very core. My family trusted you, and you took advantage. We never thought that this would be the outcome, that we would be standing here in this courtroom. My mother thought that her daughter was in good hands and was doing what was considered to be the holiest of tasks, to serve the apostle. You are sickly and perverted. How dare you take advantage of these minors the way that you did? I cannot excuse what you have done, but I guess it's reasonable to think that you were possibly of committing such garbage actions. I mean, look at yourself. Ugly, short, balding, your manhood must be so shriveled up that you have to resort to taking advantage of young girls. You are a pedophile. The scripture that is commonly misinterpreted as an anti-gay script is actually warning us of men like you, men that prey on young children because they don't know any better. You are a monster. Every single fiber of my person hates you. Hate is such a strong word, which is why it perfectly fits this situation. I'm disgusted at the thought of you. It is such an injustice that your sentence will be anything short of a lifetime, because that's what you deserve, a lifetime. Regardless, I take pleasure that you're going to spend some well-deserved time behind bars. I hope you suffer every day for the rest of your life. Even then, it wouldn't be enough.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hi, Your Honor. I'm here speaking on the behalf of J. Doe 3's mom. Naasón, quiero decirte que yo creí en ti como apóstol y me sentí triste.
Mason, I want to tell you that I believed in you as an apostle, that I felt sad.
Cuando te detuvieron y yo pedía justicia para ti, qué triste realidad sin saber que tú habías violado a mi hija.
When they detained you, and I wanted justice for you, the sad reality of finding out that you had raped my daughter.
Si estás aquí es por tus acciones.
If you're here, it's because of your actions.
Me recuerdo cuando estaba aquí en de Los Ángeles en cargo en el 2007.
I remember when I was in East Los Angeles in charge in 2007.
Y en tu dominical nos dijiste a la iglesia que si en la familia había violencia,
And in that dominion, you told us in the church that if in the family
there is violence.
that if in the family there was violence,
Y señalabas con tus dedos a los hermanos y a las hermanas,
and you would point to the brothers and sisters,
y decías que los denunciáramos.
and you told us to turn them in.
Yo sé que en la iglesia La Luz del Mundo hay buenos principios.
I know that in the church, Luz del Mundo, I know that there are good principles there.
Y enseñanzas que nosotros los llevamos cumpliendo a pie de la letra.
And teachings that we follow to the full extent to the word.
Y todas las jóvenes se tenían que guardar para ser honradas.
And all of the young ladies had to preserve themselves in order to be honored.
Y un buen testimonio.
And a good testimony.
Yo siempre cuidé de mi hija y no la dejaba que anduviera en ningún lugar sola.
I always took care of my daughter, and I never permitted her to be any place alone.
Porque no quería que tuviese un mal testimonio.
Because I didn't. It's a recent question.
Y cuando testimonio, it means like a bad said, like a bad said. Y cuando Alondra la invitó al grupo para que sirviera como mercera,
And when Alondra invited her into the group,
a servir comida, yo siempre dije que bendecida fuera.
I always thought to myself, wow, she's really blessed.
Sin saber que en ese lugar estaban violando a mi hija.
Without knowing that at that place my daughter was being raped.
Fue el lugar más peligroso en donde yo la había podido dejar.
It was the most dangerous place that I could have left her in.
Al lado de ese manipulador,
Next to that manipulator,
abusante y violador.
abuser, and rapist.
Tú no eres un siervo de Dios.
You're no Lamb of God.
Los siervos de Dios son buenos.
The lambs of God are
Y
good.
tú violaste a mi hija y a las demás niñas.
And you raped my daughter and you raped the other girls.
En Dios no habita un agua sucia.
And God does not give out dirty water.
Pero quiero decirte que creemos en Dios y somos una familia de fe y de confianza.
But I want to let you know that we believe in God and we're a family of faith and trust.
Y que Dios te va a dar tu pago y va a hacer justicia.
And that God will give you your due and will make sure that justice prevails.
No te tengo coraje ni odio, solo quiero que hagas justicia para mi hija y las demás muchachas.
I don't have anger, nor do I hate you. I just want justice for my daughter and the other girls.
Y que digas la verdad de la iglesia y cómo los has engañado.
And that you tell the truth about the church and how you fooled them all.
Y si la verdad tienes temor de Dios, para que no sigas engañando más.
And if truth really has love of God, in order for you to keep you from continue to fool people.
Me acuerdo cuando dijiste que no hay pecado ni grande ni chico.
I remember once when you said there were no big or little sins.
Pero tú no tienes remordimiento.
But you have no remorse.
Dañaste a mi hija y a tantas familias.
You harmed my daughter and so many families.
Por tu culpa varias veces se quiso matar. Y el
Thanks to you, several times she wanted to kill herself.
Y el daño que le hiciste a todas esas muchachas siempre van a tener con ellas ese daño.
And the harm that you caused all those girls, they will always carry that harm with them.
por más terapia que tengan.
in spite of all the therapy they might receive.
Solo quiero recordarte que por tus acciones nos quitaste la venda de los ojos, éramos ciegos como la iglesia.
I just want to tell you that thanks to your actions, you've taken away the blindfold we had over us. We were blind, as in the church.
Pero gracias a Dios ahora vemos la realidad
But thank God, now we see the reality.
de que eres un anticristo.
That you are the Antichrist.
Finges ser un apóstol y eres un violador.
You you pretend to be an apostle, but you're really a rapist.
Y todas las abreviaciones de sexo oral y drogar a las niñas y a los niños para que tengan sexo contigo y su propia familia.
And all these aberrations and drugging of children so that they would have sex with you and even with their own family members.
Nos dañaste tanto y a muchas familias, y si antes creías que era ser mi aliento,
You harmed us all so much, and you harmed so many families. If at one time we thought that you were my breath,
ahora sé que eres un criminal,
now I know that you're just a criminal,
pedofílico,
a pedophile,
estafador,
a grifter,
and a rapist.
and a rapist.
Que usaste nuestra fe y la necesidad de nuestra salvación para engañarnos.
That you used our faith and our desire for salvation to trick us.
Y solo para satisfacer tu mente depravada,
And only to satisfy your depraved mentality.
en estos días había un tiroteo en Texas y,
In these recent days, there was a shooting in Texas.
y supuestamente tú te preocupabas por ellos.
And supposedly you were worried about that.
Pero
Them.
¿por qué no te preocupaste por las niñas que estabas violando
Then why didn't you worry about the girls that you were raping
y las familias que estabas dañando?
and the families you were harming?
Eres un falso y un mentiroso.
You're a liar and you're false.
La gente de la iglesia no lo conocen solo de la puerta para afuera.
The people in the church just know him from the doors out.
Pero nosotros, las víctimas, sabemos el verdadero monstruo que es.
But us, the victims, we know the real monster that you are.
Your Honor, I want to say this, Su Señoría, I want to say this not as a Jane Doe, but as a human. This monster needs to be put away for the safety of all of our children, for the safety of your children, for the safety of your children. Because as long as people like that are not put away, they're set as example that the justice can be broken. And I respect you, and I please ask for the victims, for myself, to give justice and to give the maximum sentence to this human that uses people's faith, brainwashes to do sickening things. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I need to give my staff a break. We're going to be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Please remain seated. We'll escort you on a roll at a time. If you're in the back row, go ahead and stand up. I need to get a first name or something.
Oh, hang on. Do they have transition? Is that? I don't think they have the cameras on. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. Here, bye. Whenever you're ready, Mendes. Okay. Tell me if you want some out.
Meeting come to order. Department 101 is back in session.
Thank you. We are back on the record. Viewers Garcia, defendants present, all counsel present, the Spanish interpreters whose oaths are on file likewise are present. We are to continue on with victim impact.
Your Honor, I am the husband of Jane Doe 4. I am the husband of this brave woman that found the strength to speak out about her abuse. And I am the person who has truly seen the impact of the abuse my wife endured from Naasón Joaquín García and how it has affected her life and our family's lives. Naasón Joaquín García, I hope that while you're serving your sentence in jail cell, you're able to reflect in the damage and the affliction you have caused. I hope that every moment that you suffered, you remember what you did to Jane Doe 4, what you did to the Jane Does, and to all your victims around the world, where you perpetrated your acts without a moment of remorse of what you inflicted not only to their bodies, but to their minds and souls. You destroyed their lives in every way you can imagine, physically, psychologically, emotionally, in every single one of their relationships with people, in how they confront other people and how they approach the problems they face in life. Your victims no longer know how to function in life. I hope that one day you're able to feel remorse and repentance for your actions, and that you understand that no therapy, no money, no type of compensation will ever right your wrongs and make your victims whole and restored to their original state. What you did wasn't just a violation of their human rights, but you violated their humanity and their dignity. You dishonored every part of their being. You destroyed their spirit, and you took advantage of something so pure like their faith. Your transgressions go far beyond your abuse and rape. You not only took over their bodies, but their existence. As if you were a god, you invaded them and corrupted everything inside them. Everything that was good, virtuous, pure, you replaced with damage, scarring, and decomposition. The worst part is that to commit these crimes, you didn't use a pistol, a weapon, any type of tangible weapon. You used their faith against them, and that, without a doubt, is the most devastating instrument to compel them to be silent and submissive to you. And even as I hope that you suffer for what you did, which is not even a little bit of what you deserve in comparison of what you did to them, I don't find any pleasure in your suffering, because I'm not like you. Your Honor, with respect to the sentencing, it is not only unjust, but unreasonable. All you need to see is the destruction that was left in the wake of this man to see that the sentence is benevolent towards Naasón. Your Honor, was he benevolent when he was committing these unspeakable acts against his victims? Were they able to cut a deal with Naasón and the church to be able to shorten their tortures? Could they negotiate to suffer less of his abuse? This man will be sentenced for a couple of years, but the Jane Does have been sentenced to a lifetime of trauma. And I want to emphasize here that they are still trying to intimidate us. Who? These people who are present here, this man who you heard from the video that Jane Doe 4 played earlier in the day is sitting right there. And they are not only his supporters for Naasón, but also they are like henchmen. Because they hold power within the church, and they think they can do whatever they want to do, and tell the church whatever the lie they come up with to protect this man. Your Honor, today, when you leave and go home, when the attorneys leave to their home, when everyone leaves and goes home to their loved ones, I remain with my wife, Jane Doe 4. I get to see how she crumbles because of what she lived through, and I'm there picking up the pieces. I'm always trying to comfort her when she gets her panic attacks and anxiety attacks. I hold her hand, but it's never enough. She suffers insomnia. Even when she does sleep, I console her after her nightmares. I see her grieve who she was before she suffered abuse, and I see her struggle daily as she tried to live a normal life. Naasón's abuse didn't stop when he was arrested. My wife will continue to be tortured her whole life by Naasón with transgressions he committed against her. Your Honor, did you know that the Jane Does here, they're trying to seek for psychological therapy, and they have been rejected by many therapists because the therapists say this case is very complex. They don't feel qualified enough to deal with this. They're unable to help them. For years, Naasón has preached hate against those who live la luz del mundo and those who have spoken up about their abuse. So the fear of our lives is reasonable because his church members will do anything for him. We know that his influence and his church members are capable of doing harm to us. And today, I want to be able to hold Naasón and La Luz del Mundo responsible if any harm comes to any of the Jane Does, to their families, or even our families who have disowned us and are still parishioners of the church. Your Honor, I come from a country that doesn't believe in justice. That government officials are easily bought, and that turn a blind eye to abuse. So when the Jane Does came forward to find justice in the United States, I had hope. I had hope for the first time. I thought to myself, who better than the United States to have such an evil, powerful man be held accountable and face justice? Your Honor, I want to finish by saying that I hope that by the time we leave this courtroom, I can still say that the United States stands for justice for all. Respectfully, Jane Doe 4 husband. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am Jane Doe 5. I stand here today before you and all these people and Naasón Joaquín to tell my experience. 7 years. It has been 7 years since my abuse at the hands of Naasón and Mundo and its highest members first began. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say it has been 28 years since the abuse first started. Since I was groomed from the moment I was born into this church. And it destroys me knowing that I will not have my day in court so that I could tell the world my story. But I would like to speak at least a part of that truth right now in this room with my rapist. For the past 3 years, Naasón and his attorneys have argued about my abuse was consensual, that I wanted it, that I was an adult and nobody forced me to do anything, that just because no one put a gun to my head, I was afraid to say no. They try to bully us into submission. He and his lawyers continued their emotional abuse with Naasón's physical abuse left off. This is the furthest thing from the truth, Your Honor. And this is what I need you, Your Honor, Naasón and his lawyers, this court and the entire world to understand. I recall sitting in the living room of a safe place, seeing some of the agents speak on our behalf when the defense would ask that if they had put in a gun into our heads. I wish that he had put a gun to my head instead of forcing me to go through everything he had put me through, because then I might have had a chance to resist. Maybe then I could have fought and said no. I was never ever allowed to say no. And even when I tried, I was reminded why I couldn't. As our stories came out and we gathered the courage to speak against him, people began to blame us. They asked us how we could have been so stupid and naive. I mean, I get it. I keep asking myself that same thing. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have believed all this lies? How can I have put myself in this situation? And up until this past Friday, when I was told that Naasón and the prosecution reached a plea agreement, I feel like I would be able to have a chance to explain it all. It breaks my heart and spirit to know that he was allowed to enter a plea without my input. Your Honor, this is a dangerous man. He has destroyed so much in me and my faith in humanity. I keep finding myself wishing that he had just killed me, because at least then I would be put out of my misery that I feel now and I know I will feel for the rest of my life. Naasón Joaquín, he took everything from me. He took away my family. He took away my friends. He took away my trust and my innocence. And now, all I'm left with are broken and ugly pieces of memories of what he did to me for so many years. Since the moment I was born, I was a servant to the church. This is what the church requires. Me and my family had the utmost faith in our connection to God and our Savior, and would have done anything He'd ask. We all would. Ever since I was a kid, I was told over and over again that serving Him was a privilege. I was told by the ministers that scrubbing His toilets was an honor, that I had to obey all His wishes and never betray Him, that if I served Him obediently, that I was gonna be guaranteed a place in heaven. People hear that La Luz del Mundo is a Christian church, and they think of the stereotypical Christian church, but assume that maybe it was a bit more evangelical. Maybe we had Naasón at the front of the church passionately delivering a sermon. But this was nothing La Luz del Mundo. La Luz del Mundo is a cult that prayed at Naasón's altar. We believed in Him as our Lord and Savior. We didn't celebrate Christmas growing up because the doctrine forbade us. But you know what we did celebrate? Naasón's birthday. After all, He was Jesus on earth, the real Jesus, here to save us all. Every single church member had pictures of Naasón's in their walls. I know my family did, a big, big picture. We grew up singing songs about Naasón and His Father, praising Him as our Savior that takes care of our body, forgives our sins, and heals our mind and soul. We sang these songs morning, noon, and night. The church required us to dress modesty. Long skirts, long sleeves, no cleavage. We were not allowed to have boyfriends or be with members of the opposite sex. We were always required to serve the church and volunteered every single day for hours on end. I followed all the rules. I didn't make friends outside of church because we were told not to. I was obedient. I was faithful. And He knew this. He knew that this made me the perfect prey. He knew how much I believed, how pure my heart was, and He took advantage of that in every single way. Naasón's abuse began slowly. I was 21 years old, but naive to the world. My life revolved around the church. I was a virgin. I had never had a boyfriend and had never so much as kissed a guy before. It was forbidden. One day, I was approached by a few members who told me that I was chosen for an extra blessing from Naasón, and I felt excited. They told me how special and lucky I was to be chosen to be part of the secret group. I was told my blessing was to dress in lingerie and to do a dance for Naasón. And I remember the blood draining from my face, and I started to panic. When the girls saw me hesitate, they reminded me that I must serve the Lord without question. I remember being so nervous and uncomfortable, but I just kept praying for strength to receive this blessing over and over. Soon after that night, things began to quickly escalate. I'll never forget one of the next conversations. I was told that I had to again been chosen for a special blessing. But this time, it was even more wonderful. That Naasón had chosen me for the ultimate blessing. In the church, we are required to always give gifts and donations to him. That day, my groomers took me to a special room and asked me what was the most precious and valuable thing I had to offer him. I remember being so confused, wondering what I could possibly own that the apostle hadn't. This man is filthy rich. He has everything. Then they told me that I was selected by God to give him the gift of my purity and innocence, my virginity. I just remember being in complete and utter shock. They kept telling me how lucky I was and how many other members would die to be in my shoes. They asked me to go say a quick prayer for the blessing I was about to receive. And I just ran to the bathroom and I started bawling. I started crying in the restroom. And I remember that day I had makeup, a little bit of makeup on. And one of the groomers told me to get up quickly because I was going to ruin my makeup. That this blessing had to come already. The girls tried to convince me to come out, quoting my scriptures and Bible verses, telling me that he was a servant of God, and I was required to do everything he wanted, that I would forsake him if I said no. I remember not understanding why I was having such a negative reaction to something that should have been the ultimate blessing. I prayed and I prayed and I cried and I cried, and I could still not understand why my body did not feel blessed. Naasón would have said that I consented to having sex with him. That was only because you fooled me and everyone else in thinking you were God. I never consented to having sex with you, you vile, evil garbage. In a million years, I would have never said yes to you. In a million years, I would have never agreed if I hadn't been brainwashed over and over again to believing that you were God. If I didn't have the fear of religious and spiritual damnation, if I refused to submit to you, I believed you when you said that having sex with you wouldn't quote unquote count because you were God, and that I was still going to be a virgin for my husband. He knew how important it was for me to stay a virgin for my husband, for my future husband. But even when thinking that you were the apostle, I was still terrified. You were so aggressive that night. You were violent. The pain hurt so bad, and I recall there was so much blood in the towel they had put in the bed. It was everywhere. You and my groomers knew that it was an awful experience for me. Even thinking you were God wasn't enough to make it okay. I kept wanting to run away, and I had to tell myself over and over again that I had to do it, that I had no choice. This was what the apostle had wanted, and as his servant, I was obligated to do it. I kept telling myself know that this was a blessing and I needed to do it grateful. But it was all too much. Do you remember how much I cried? Do you remember the look on my face when my tears rolled down my cheeks? Because I will forever remember yours. Do you remember when my groomers had physically hold me down so you could rape me because I was struggling to get away? You made two people literally hold me down as I was being raped and stole my virginity. Is that what you and your lawyers think is consent? That night, not only did you break me emotionally, you broke me physically too. Since that night of my first rape, I have been in the most horrible physical pain. It began then, and I still feel it constantly. I feel like my hips are being torn apart, and my spine is being twisted into oblivion. That not being enough, you had me married to a complete stranger in Mexico. I feel like I was being sold like cattle, and now I was to obey my husband. He too was abusive. It's been 7 years, and the pain is still there. I can't work anymore because of it. I was in a wheelchair for so much of my 20s because I literally couldn't walk. I can't play with my little daughter the way I've always dreamed I would have been able to because of it. I have been to so many doctors because of it, and no one can help me. It all started that night because of what you did to me. Because you're right, I wanted it. Every time you raped me, you and the church members that assisted, you told me to pray. I was made to pray before and after you raped me, in gratitude for the blessing you gave me. All those days when the suffering was too much, you had your groomers quoting me scriptures and the Bible verses to get me to stay. I was consistently told that I needed to pray more, to have more faith, and that any negative feelings are the devil taking a hold of me. You used my faith to silence me and to make me submit. You all reminded me that the Lord tests us and that we must show our faith even when it's hard for us, even when it destroys us. I was destroyed in my body, my mind and spirit. But you never lost an opportunity to tell me that that was how religion works. Abraham was willing to sacrifice his own son for the Lord, and I had to sacrifice myself. They quoted me scriptures that told me that I would be eternally punished if I refused, that my family would be destroyed, that I could be infertile, that I would be damned. I was reminded that Jesus had his concubines, Martha and Mary, and that God here on earth, you were entitled to the same. I believed it all. I was terrified of what could happen if I ever said no to you because of what you raised us all to believe. And because of that, I never did. I was told that I was never allowed to tell a single soul. I was even forbidden from talking to other victims or to my parents. because you said that this would go against God, and that I will be responsible for damnation of anyone's soul if I told the secrets too. You used me as your sex slave, and I had to respond to your every whim for years. And when I wasn't your sex slave, I was your personal one too. I had to cook and clean for you like your personal servant. And I did it all because I still believed. Because I was told day in and day out that I was one of the privileged who was receiving such the ultimate blessings. I still have so much shame for everything that you made me do throughout the years. The things you made me do were unspeakable. They still are. I hated the way you touched me. But I was ordered never to resist. I was told that I must ignore my feelings and appreciate the blessings. It was the price to pay. And that the more blessings I was given, the more that was going to be demanded of me. You took everything from me. Absolutely everything. I can no longer have intimate relationships. I don't trust in others, and I certainly do not trust in myself. Everything scares me. The trauma of ever dreaming of getting married ever again, like I once dreamed when I was young, was shattered. Accompanied with all my loved ones, my mom, dad, and siblings, flooding the temple with flowers, pulling in on a bridal carousel, and having my father take me by the arm through the aisle. But I didn't have that. Even that he took away from me. Even after he was arrested, I still believed in him. I still protected him. I was still so brainwashed. And while you were in jail, your reach extended. You had your private investigators and pastors and bishops canceled. Do your dirty work. Even after you were arrested, I was still protecting you and believing in you. When you found out that there was a chance that I might speak out against you, you had your men, your loyal church officials kidnapped me in Mexico and kept me under armed guard 24/7. For months, I was living in constant fear of being murdered. I knew that, like me, all the LLT members would do anything to protect him, even if it meant killing me. I remembered I was so terrified and under such immense stress that my body would just shut down. I mean, the anxiety and stress, it was so big that I was even having heavy rectal bleeding. Everything hurted. The fear was so overwhelming. I was terrified. I thought I would be murdered at any moment. Some of his ministers made me sign papers and documents under duress. Some that are right here, right now. promising that I would not testify against him. I had no will, and I had no voice. His guaruras guarded me every move. I reached out to the U.S. Embassy the first chance I got and asked for help. And they worked with the FBI to rescue me and my daughter. And even then, it was so hard to go against you. Your power extended so deep in Jalisco that even the FBI struggled to rescue me. And I was only lucky enough to be rescued by the FBI because I am a U.S. citizen. And I can't even imagine what would have happened if I wasn't. Your Honor, I had to jump a wall with my baby of 1-year-old to escape from their claws. Even safely entering the vehicle used for my escape, I recall one thought popping in my head, wondering if anyone from that operation was a mole, fearing for my life. But I would rather die trying than to stay there another single day. Once I was rescued, I thought I was safe. And that my nightmare will end, but it had just only begun. The church began the smear campaign, telling everyone that me and the other Jane Does were taken by the devil, and that we would put forth to the test of their faith, that they had to prove their commitment to Naasón and the church and resist the temptation to listen to our evil words, and that they were destined to corrupt them. That it was their duty to silence us. Your church, under your command, kept telling everyone that you were innocent, and that me and the Jane Does were being forced by the Attorney General to lie. That there was no real evidence. We were shunned and attacked. We received death threats. Then our family began to receive them too. I was constantly harassed by church members. I read the most awful things you can imagine about myself, my family, my friends. Everyone distanced themselves from me. They were obligated to by the church in order to save their own souls. And at the same time, him and the lawyers started telling everyone that we were whores and that we consented to it, that we wanted it, that all those awful things that he made us to do to please him and satisfy him were proof that we were sluts and we were asking for it. His attorneys used our trauma against us. People have asked, if there's so many victims, why has no one spoken up? It is because they know how high of a price it is to pay to speak against him. All of the loneliness, shame. It is the worst torture a person can experience. He has taken everything from me. He has taken my dignity, my life, my youth, and my innocence, every little bit of it. I can't sleep through the nights because of him. My body just refuses to sleep for the fear of the nightmares. I have no doubt, Your Honor, that my physical pain is in so small part also just manifestation of this trauma. My legs constantly go numb. I am in excruciating pain all the time. There is not a single part of my life that his abuse has not touched. I have tried to get therapy, but even my therapists have told me they are not qualified to deal with traumas and abuse as complex as mine. Can you imagine how that feels? How hopeless it makes a person. That the things you made me suffer through are so horrible that trained professionals, they can't handle it and they can't help me deal with it. They can't hear the things you make me experience. I can't begin to tell you how many times I have thought of killing myself to end my suffering, to end the memories you have created. I have been put in a mental institution because of the things he has done to me. The only things that keep me going is my daughter. And it breaks my heart that the pressure of my life and my happiness is on her tiny shoulders. The struggle with intimacy and trust, and it kills me to know that she will likely grow up with a single mom because of what he did to me. Because I can no longer trust in men because of him. But I forgive him. Yes, I do. Because I need to do so that I do not remain in the past. But God, the God that I came to know, not his, will he, knowing that he usurped God's place and his son Jesus, to know that he hurt his children's innocence, speaking heresies of him and his son. All this in order to do away with his filth. He is the Antichrist because he acted and did everything against his teachings. I also forgive the devil's advocates, his attorneys. But not another innocent soul will be taken. And as he would say, God be with you. God will be with him. And God will pay him. Your Honor, I beg of you to hear my voice this afternoon. To hear the voices of my fellow survivors. This man, this religion, this church is dangerous beyond imagination. It has destroyed lives and will continue to do so. It was here on Friday when Naasón entered the plea deal, where he sat in front of you and took an oath that he would be honest and truthful. I know the truth of what happened. And this hurts me in ways I can never truly explain, that he is not being held accountable for so much of the evil he has committed. But he did at least say he was guilty of some of the charges, even if he was silent of the others. But Your Honor, that very same day, his church sent out multiple releases denying his guilt, maintaining his innocence, telling the world and his church, millions of followers, that this legal system, this court, this room, is the corrupt ones. Not Naasón. That he is a martyr and that he was framed. There is absolutely no remorse in his actions. There is no accountability. There is no acknowledgement. I know that it must be difficult to understand this world when it seems so foreign to you. But I was born in this church. I was raised in this church. I lost everything to this man. This church and these members. They are using the plea, one that every single Jane Doe was so passionately against, because we too knew how unjust it was and how little it held them responsible to prove his and his church innocence. The prosecutor told us the main reason they took the plea was because they messed up. They didn't provide evidence that they were supposed to. We wanted the evidence shown. Why are we paying for the mistakes of the lawyers we didn't even pick? That never even bothered to hear our stories that we're speaking today, this day. How is that legal in this country? The home of the free? And because of their mistakes, and in spite of them having violated our rights that are in the California Constitution, we pay the price. This can't be true. This can't be justice in the U.S. Your Honor, I beg of you, with all my heart, to please, please, please extend his jail time to the greatest legal extent possible. Please set an example of him for all those other victims out there. They're out there. They are scared to come forward. And they think that the cost is too high to speak the truth. Please, look at me in the eye and see my tears. And let everything I went through be for nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bisco, is there anything else?
I don't believe anything else from the victims, Your Honor. The one last thing that people would ask for is a restitution date that we agreed upon with counsel. We'll provide them the documentation. As soon as we have it all, and if needed, we can have that hearing.
What date is that?
That will take it off calendar. We talked about August 18th, if that's acceptable to the court.
Does that agree with us?
It is, Your Honor.
That's us?
Yes.
Your client does have a right to be present. Does he wish to?
He waived his right, Your Honor.
Is that correct, sir? You waive your right to be present at a restitution hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. So I've been a judge for a long time. I'm in my 38th year. And I've never ceased to be amazed at what some people do in the name of religion. And how lives are ruined in the guise of serving a supreme being. As to the Jane Does, at this point, I apologize, my hands are tied. Lawyers do what lawyers do, and at this point my hands are tied. But I further want to tell all the Jane Does that the world has heard you. I promise you that. As to those family members that have abandoned the Jane Does, shame. Shame on you. And as to the defendant, I say, you are a sexual predator. In this case, probation is denied, the reason being as a condition of the case settlement. As to count 7, the violation of Penal Section 287, Subdivision C, Subdivision 2, Subdivision C, been sentenced to state prison for the midterm of 8 years, the reason being as a condition of the case settlement. As to count 9, violation of Penal Section 287, Subdivision 2, strike that, Subdivision C, Subdivision 2, Subdivision C, defendants levied a consecutive term of a full term of the midterm 8 years in state prison. The reason for that is as a condition of the case settlement and under Penal Code Section 667.6, Subdivision D. As to count 1, a violation of Penal Section 288, Subdivision C, Subdivision 1, the defendant is levied a consecutive term for the reason of being part of the case settlement. It must be 1/3 the midterm. The midterm is 2 years. 1/3 thereof is 8 months. The defendant is levied a term in state prison of 16 years and 8 months. Pursuant to Penal Section 1202.4, Subdivision B, the defendant is levied a $300 restitution fine. Pursuant to Penal Section 1202.45, the defendant is levied a $300 probation revocation fine, which is suspended. A $120 security fee, which is $40 per count. A $90 criminal court assessment, which is $30 per count. He has submitted a tissue sample pursuant to Penal Section 296. Pursuant to Penal Section 1202.4, Subdivision F, defendant is to pay restitution as to be determined at a hearing August 18, 2022, 8:30 a.m. in this department. Defendant is not ordered to appear, as he has waived his right. He's given the following credits of 1,102 actual days, 165 days conduct credits, and that is pursuant to Penal Section 2933.1. We are done.
Your Honor, did you institute the lifetime sexual registration?
That's been done by the parole board.
Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, as to the remaining counts.
People's motion?
This is Your Honor.
That is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.